Oh, hey. Oh, careful there. Microphone. Russ. Good boy. Got a little doggo here. Hey, Russ, you want to come up here? Come in. Hey, everybody. Say hi to Russ. Over here, Russ. I'm taking care of him today. So he will be here. Or away, depending on how he's feeling. He's just anxious because his mom is gone. Alright, I'm realizing I have no clue. Oh, there it is. I couldn't find my controller at first. There's always one thing missing. At least. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of side-scrolling games lately. Been playing a lot of Dead Cells and Blasphemy to fill that Dark Souls void. Now that I've kind of hit a wall in both being able to play in Dark Souls 1, while hitting a wall with Dark Souls 1 in the Tomb of Giants, and careful around there, only being able to play Dark Souls 3 during stream. Fun stuff. Indeed. Let's get to the game here. There we go. How are you doing, Thomas? Yeah, I probably gifted someone a sub. I mean, is that what anybody gets when they gift a sub, or is it just like a oh wait, no, there isn't a number one gift sub. Okay, it must have reset. Load game, Harold Young. The Young Harold. Oh man. I really wanted to stream all weekend long, but I could not get to it. All right, so in a short, like, revisiting of my character, I walked back to this here because I wanted to show Allie this statue of Velka. How's life been for me? Oh, it's been okay. I can't really complain. I mean, I feel a little hollow. But we're gonna sit with that because we don't know what that means yet. Say anything about it. Anything about what again? I already forgot. Damn it. Allie, feel hollow too. School will be back tomorrow. Fuck. Yeah, and then I got a job that I gotta start soon. No idea when that's going to begin. Boy, this place is a real hassle. Woohoo! Boy. Oh, the Velka statue. She didn't end up seeing it because she had stepped out of the room, and I was testing out whether I could stream this game to my laptop, which was in my bedroom. And then I realized that it was a wireless connection and it wasn't really that good. So no progress made, but I made it to the statue. I might switch to my Steam controller because my left bumper and R2 act strangely in this game. I'm not sure if that's... Oh, that's right. This area has something to do here. So, but I played, I beat the Four Kings, and then, shit, I have stuff I have not tried yet. Mr. Young, the old man. Yeah, right? He's no longer young Harold. He's old Harold, but he's still a young Harold. Well, he's still Harold Young, but he's old Harold now. There's old Tom, real old Tom, and there's Tom, old Tom, real old Tom, and dead Tom. And this is Harold. Old Harold, and then I'm assuming this is just old Harold, but maybe real old Harold will come later. All right, we're gonna play some Kill the Mice. And then, so after beating the 4 kings, I decided to go down into the Tomb of the Giants, because I know I had gotten started through there. But I couldn't fast travel there, and for some reason, as I was traveling through, all of the bonfires in the Forest of Giants were all already lit. There was not a single one that I activated on my way down there, yet I could not fast travel there. I figured, because I had been through there before, I didn't know how far I had made it, but at one point I must have had to turn back because you can't continue forward. Got the Lord Vessel, and just getting the Lord Vessel isn't enough. Like, you have to visit the bonfires since you get the Lord Vessel or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. I tried fighting Nito a couple of times, but honestly, I'm spending more time with farming humanity from the tiny little baby skeletons. So that's what's going on with that. Other than that, I can't really complain. I just want to play this game right now. Oh shit. I don't know if I want to go down or not. Maybe I do? Yeah, I do. Now, I'm fairly certain I don't have anything... Proof of invaders' victory over host Embers. I don't think I've ever invaded somebody, so how do I have a pale tongue? Did I get it from a NPC who has done that? That makes probably the most sense. And then you're like, ooh, I want to get these tongues. Okay, so our L1 is working okay. Okay, now we're back here where we want to keep going from. Oh, Russ. That's so funny. You guys, I have my, like, grow lamp, you know, shining up on this backdrop here, and I'm, like, looking for Russ. And he's, like, standing with his face right in it. Man, that can't be good for your eyes. Come on over here. I wonder what's up with that. Oh, good boy. He misses his mom so much. My fingers are frozen. My typing is slow and inaccurate, just like me. This is the dog, just like you. Oh, Russ. This guy is a deceitful fellow. All right. It's time to draw out the beast. What now, you filth? Ooh, Corvian Great Knife. No additional effects. Blind Spot. To break through their guard by attacking from the side. A rather large dagger with a powerful attack, but its transparent attempt to intimidate foes reveals much about its owner's fears. Interesting. Dagger of the Unwanted, those guided by heretical storytellers. Storytellers are not just storytellers. They're like learning stories has something to do with miracles or faith. It makes sense. Stories build faith. Ah, that sound. So this is like Darkroot Garden, but daytime. What beeth over here? Just tackled one of my favorite aspects of these games, stories and memories and such. Yeah. Yeah, stories is like, it's like you hear a story, you're given knowledge about something that affects your purpose. It's like these things have a greater effect than just on the mind, I suppose. Or the mind manifests itself in bigger ways. Okay, a pink mist. Mimetic hazards. Is that cloud getting closer to me, or is it just building in one spot? Okay, let's just take care of this bastard. Nothing. Can't really drop down there. Wouldn't be a good idea. This also feels a little bit like Sunken Valley. Oh. But a point of no return as well. I think I could get there from going the other way around too. Same shield. Aren't we using the same gear? Or at least your first character was this guy. Or a shadow of him. Or an imprint. Oh, you can't keep going this way. Makes some sense. Currently playing, nice. I think it's a common shield though, isn't it? It's like one of the earlier shields. Though I'm sure knowing where all of the shields and stuff like that, you probably stick with this shield out of choice rather than by circumstance. Okay, I don't want to attract attention. This is a bad idea. Oh my. Okay, here we go. The Dark Lady. Prius Docknish. They right around the corner here? Got a big old cleaver. And they look human. Nice effect there. Butcher knife. Brigand axe. So is this the weapons area? This is where I finally get weapons. Brigands. It's the brigand area. Brig and what? Brigand twin daggers. Interesting. Okay, that's a nice little side area. Okay, let's just decide to stay here for the, let's take a look. Oh, I don't even have the requirements. Quick step, instantly step behind or around the side of foes, especially effective when locked on target. These paired daggers are the preferred weapons of the brigands of a distant land. When two-handed, the wielder holds a blade in each hand, allowing for divergent attacks that include left-handed moves. Cool. Interesting. Sharpen the blade increases HP restored with each successive hit. Butcher's knife with an oddly large blade wielded by the mad woman haunting the road of sacrifices. The mad woman haunting... Interesting. Squarely landed hits restore HP. Back in the undead settlement, the woman acquired a taste for human flesh, of which she took glee in partaking. Tacky, how's it going? Power stancing. Stance, what's that stance? I also want to get this. What do I need? 16 faith. And what do I have? 15. Not bad. I could get there. Well, that's not all that I got. But it wasn't weapons. Oh, and all that stuff. This is kind of growing still. I don't know. I feel like it was growing when I was being helped out by Yoel. Now it makes sense why you would get so many level ups with that guy, since he was gonna die eventually anyways, very quickly, too. I was not prepared. Hood from a foreign land probably belonged to a brigand who met his match. In foreign lands, undead were banished to send a message to populace. And when the message was not heard, they banished the living too. Wow. It's been a hot minute since the last time I was here. Yeah, I bet. I agree. Wasn't it Bloodborne? If I'm remembering correctly? Did you come here? Did you come through here through Lilith? Very long time ago. Yeah. A hot minute. It's been a hot couple months. How are ya? How's it been? How's life treating ya? Welcome to now. What are all of these again? Oh, I don't need any of those. Okay, well, brigand stuff is cool. I should probably take a look and see what it actually does here. It's good for like poison frost and that stuff. Okay, so like think of it like an afflicted land these people came from. Last time I was here, I was just beat, I forgot which boss in Dark Souls 3, but some boss that took me forever. Ooh, yeah. The bosses in here have been so fun, have been really fun so far, but I haven't been able to fight very many of them, so I'm going to try and move ahead with that. Temptation and turned on the heater. I actually gave into temptation and opened my window. It gets hot in my office room. All of the electronics, it's insane. All right, so this is maybe a problem. Oh, I could just go up through there. We've got a new enemy there, and then one of those fog enemies. Burn in the flames of luxury. Yeah, you guys can't always have your heater on, can you? I suppose it's perhaps about saving money. This is the safest way to approach these guys. Well, this one's dead. I don't remember killing this guy. And I can't seem to walk. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Ew. Yeah, the money is cool and good. R1, R1, R2. Yeah, I think I learned that one last stream. I was messing around with it. Let's see how this healing works here. Fuck! Wrong one. Yeah, exactly. That's what immediately struck me. I'm like, well, I'd rather get trigger him right now rather than wait around and see what happens after I kill this next guy. But then my character slipped past. I was like, okay, we'll take it. Hoi! I'll never learn how to use these miracles if I keep using Estus as a quick fix. This is a literal test of faith. All right, you're a spear guy. Come on over here. Missed. Okay. These guys are afflicted by something. I wonder if this is headed towards the, if I'm headed towards the Cathedral of Deep. Ouch. That was very loud. Okay, now I know what that means. These guys come flying from everywhere. Oh. Wonder what triggers that. God, I hate these guys now. Fuck you! And the earth you died on. Okay, it takes a significant amount of Bluestus and Stam. Smell of hollow makes them go mad. Yeah, they're kind of like yeah, this just reminds me of shit, what does it remind me of? Darkroot Garden. Daytime Darkroot. Damn it, I thought this went past there. Okay. Yeah, it's the scream. It's definitely the scream that triggers it, but I'm trying to figure out, I'm gonna find out next time what is triggering the scream. It's almost like that caster probably used it to call them all in on me, but I'm gonna make sure first. Maybe I'll go and take out this guy first. Mm-hmm. Bushes are alive, and so are the trees. No one knows who they were or what they were doing. I wonder if it's that guy up there. No, I just circled back. Why did I? Oh, that's right. That's why I died here. Oh, that's right. Plants would be alive. Yes, of course. So say we all. Maybe I should just run through. What's this? Well, I missed it, but I still think it's possible to get there. Secret ending. The secret endings. The secret of secret is the door of doors. Yeah, they just take forevs. Okay, it didn't seem to do anything to me, but I wasn't watching my health, nor do I really feel like I needed to. They're like kind of tied to Velka, it feels like, because they're crow-like. Like the crows in Ariamis. I just don't trust those guys standing up there, but I don't really think I have an alternative here. They are regretful. Yeah, see? Sin. It proves it. A secret kind of secret. Damn it, that was a horrible jump. Wasn't sure quite which direction to approach that from. Probably said I could be an engineer. They said I could have been up in politics, 'cause I've always been a big spender. And me, I could have been a contender. Oink. Not an elegant combo, but let's see here. I wonder if you can make it down there from a spot you have to drop from the specific spot to actually get there. So you're right, exactly. I'm just trying to make, because I just feel like I've kept making bad jumps, so I'm not convinced I can't get there. But if I go at it from an angle, I'm like, yeah, that seems like, I'm confident that's the best I could have done. Then I'll probably find a different spot to jump to it from. Oi! Oh man, I don't even have to go over there and kill those guys. I wonder if they're a problem if I keep going. Why did I have to turn into a birdman? Pop always said I could be an engineer. Well, it's the curse, see? I know that I have to go over there, but maybe I could drop from here too. I don't know, that looks risky. Yeah, that's not the spot. I feel like I should be able to make the jump from this angle. Wow, ew, that one was pregnant or something. What the fuck? Just had a tumor or something on it. Morn's ring, that looks cool. What's this big old Braille Divine Tome of Charm? Karam. What did I get again? What was it? A ring. Let's take a look at this here. Boosts miracles. This is interesting. A malformed ring given to Knights of Karim. Boosts miracles. Morn served the goddess Katha and later became an apostle of the archbishop. They labored together to provide comfort to the suffering. So, does that mean that my miracles are more powerful? Anyways, we'll have to find out. There's a lot to do with miracles here. Divine Tome of Braille. Well, no, whatever it is. Let's see here. Damn it. See, these are my buttons. Normal way to get this area is drop from the right side of the bridge, but damn, didn't know you can make it there with that jump. Yeah, you always gotta like... That's why I like not reading guides if I'm confused about something, because it makes it so that, you know, I'm okay with looking up stuff to find out how to solve a solution, but I also like the fact that there are multiple ways to do it. Yeah. And if you just, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's what normally people do. I did that for a couple of things in Sekiro, but yeah, my philosophy has changed a little bit on how I play games. If I miss stuff the first time through, it's better because there's a couple times I'll find something else out that I wouldn't have had I looked it up. Attunement slots. 3? Oh, I do have 3, right. Okay, Sacred Braille Tome filled with advanced miracles. Give to storyteller to learn advanced Karim miracles. In the way of the white, there is a tradition of placing great faith in the words of the blind, and Braille tomes are not unusual. Great faith in the words of the blind. Very interesting, right? Sort of relevant. I was wondering if maybe you could cut it open even a second time, but persevere till you go hollow. Right. Eventually I will go hollow. This is where I die from that scream a second time. Well, before we go up there, let's stay in the safety of down. Boop a doop doop a doop. Poop a snoop. Oh. Fuck! I should start to take the names of these areas seriously. Slurp. That's kind of like the audible ... They're like spider crows, people. Hey, there's where I was. So, we know not to go there. Oh, I suppose you could just drop down from the other side, but that would still trigger the birds. The birds, the birds. I need a Tisane now. Tisane? What's a Tisane? Not familiar. Goodbye. See, the problem is ignoring all of these guys and not killing them all as I go is that they're, in my mind, they're all potentially dangerous and able to attack when that order is given. interesting. What's going on with this pile over here? Is this a pile of rocks? Yeah. And then there's a dead body. Okay. Just what you'd expect. Oh, tea. Google, very funny. Tea. So let's see here. List them. Earl Grey. Earl Grey, let's see here. And then we've got chamomile. That's not really tea, it's more like herbal brew, which isn't tea at all. And then you have green tea. Rooibos. Herbal tea. Herbal tea. I like ginger herbal tea. Wow, he had different expectations of the distance between us. I know how that goes. Let's see here. I almost feel bad for him, but I feel bad more so for myself right now. If I could just like deal with these guys. Medicinal tea, like anodyne time. That'd be a tea I'd create if I could. Oh, that's a bad idea. I thought I had health. So, as far as my ranged options go, I wonder what I've got here. Maybe at this point I'm just going to go back and bring these items in because I'm kind of interested to see what the Braille Tome is going to do. I also have a nice collection of souls that I can tap into if I feel like it, but I don't know. Bring her a book. With those enemies, maybe an SNS setup. We're just gonna figure out what we've been using. I don't really feel like
Champion of Ash.
I'm out of
Welcome
my
back.
sorts.
Do you wish to hear a tale? Have a pleasant journey, I pray for you.
Whoops.
Oh, champion. Oh, you've brought me a Braille divine tome. Now I can tell new tales of miracles.
Yes.
Tales of the greater miracles can be quite the epics. What fun we will have.
Okay. Force. Create a shockwave. I like the sound of that. Tears of Denial. Grant one chance to endure when HP reaches 0. Whoa. Pomegranate ginger, turmeric cherry, cinnamon lemon, ginger, berries, blueberries. I would go with that last one. Actual word? Epics. Yeah. So epics would be an epic. Epics would be a collection of grand sweeping stories. I think they take place across great periods of time. It's more about the history of an event or a place or time. I'm not really sure how to say it, but if you've ever seen the movie, in movies, an epic would be, say, Ben-Hur. It's gonna be forever till I get any of these monies. Or I guess the miracle levels. I like the sound of this one. A 1,000 miracles would not be a lot to take this one. Create shockwave. I could try using that. Also, I wonder if she has any. No, she doesn't have anything else. Okay.
You know, in my home of Karim, I would be pleased to share the tales, although to be honest, I only know a few.
Religion isn't
If I
free.
had a divine
True.
tome, I could tell you many tales and more. Oh, terribly sorry. You know,
Whoops,
in
whoops,
my
whoops, whoops,
home
whoops,
of
whoops, whoops.
Karim,
I wasn't actually interested in hearing that a second time. Well, fine. I guess I'll just have to use a freaking... Well, I wonder how many this would give me. These are all just fading souls. But I also wonder how much this would give me. Here, just use one. Oh, very decent, very decent. Dude, blueberries is always the final choice. I can't get enough of blueberry flavored stuff. I think that's 200. Nice!
oh, champ, do you wish?
Give me your force.
Have a pleasant journey.
Now let's read what it does. Elementary miracle among clerics creates a shockwave. While inflicts no direct damage, this miracle propels foes back, staggering them. Can also defend against incoming arrows. Interesting. Okay, so that'll take some messing around with. I also want to get more into pyromancy. Not much here right now. I already have the fireball. Not much here I would really like to have.
Do not pick up.
Turmeric is a new word for me. I go to half of these. Yes, turmeric is, or turmeric, depending on how you pronounce it.
Oh,
one of the best spices to have on your in your collection.
Now,
wow, this guy's got tons of stuff now. Most of it I probably won't use, except I would like to eventually buy these. I don't know. I'll probably just have to get Thief's Mask and maybe some Assassin's Clothes too. It's just that I don't have anything that I would like to sell. Oh, interesting. I suppose you can just see their value right from here. Huh.
you can keep the ring. Goodbye.
Okay, let's so take a look at this Londo lady.
Speak thy desire, honorable Lord of Hov.
Right. She's got the appearance of a phantom ring, dark hand, some sorceries, and I've already bought the tome. Okay. Yuria, that was her name. I couldn't remember her name at first. I wonder why my frames drop in this area specifically.
Gaining admission to the Legion is a matter of some ceremony.
Now invade, and if you come on, give you.
Cathedral of the Deep.
Aha, that so.
Right, all those things. Okay. Do not be gone over long. Or under long. Ha! Alright, once I get there, I gotta remember to attune my spells, but before we get right back into it, I've gotta take a little quick bathroom break. Alright. Elements for self and vicinity. So they all use the same amount of FP. How much FP do I have? 114. Wait a second. That doesn't seem right. Oh, there we go. There's the FP cost. 26. Interesting. So I can roughly cast this 4 times. This one here about... Well, this one's about 45. That would be twice would be 90. So twice I could use this. It's not so bad. Wait. Oh, I see. Huh. Smells like the bluest blueberry and tastes like muddy water with a hint of grass. Oh, dude, that sounds really good. Honestly. Lightning, poison, frost, curse. I don't know. What do I even look like with it on? Somewhat... like a... somewhat like a chode with a penis ring suffocating it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go take care of this real quick. What time is it? 2:29. All right, this will be cool. Give me just a moment here. I'm gonna turn on some music though. Anyways, just turn this down slightly. Don't know what I feel like listening to, but I guess we'll continue listening to Memory Alpha. The song in Hyperspace Drifter 3 by Stills. Oh, it's muted. But imagine how cool that would have been if I had started it right after I introduced it. So anyways, I'll be right back. The tome of secret commands. One sec. But then Koth, the primordial dark serpent, dangled in front of them the art of command drain. I'm currently eating a burrito, just so you guys know. I do it on stream, but eating one of these things with a beard and mustache is not a pretty sight. Nor is the sound. Aha! Blue now, huh? So, what was it supposed to do? Well, you succeeded. Also, song request is now on, but we're not going to have it because I'm just about to get back on here. Russ. Okay, that's enough of that serious music. Boink! Boink, boink, boink. Moit, bodoit, bodoit. So, yeah. Shit's real. And I haven't finished my whole burrito, so... One sec here. Maybe it only works on yourself. Like the color of your name. All right, that feels better. Get up. Okay, it's time to speed run this area. Uh-oh. Why did that not work so well? Also, my sound is too low. There we go. Ooh, what's going on here? That's what I'm talking about. How are you looking? Oh, that's real old. What's the state of the curse? Still 5. So maybe it's just that I'm cursed. I wonder if that curse grows only when I die, or if that number in there grows from something else. It doesn't grow from death. Oh no, oh no. What happened? Why is my character... Oh my god. What the fuck just happened? The R2 bug. It didn't happen just then. God, maybe they'll leave me alone. If I can just slip past there. Fuck. There we go. That was a near disaster. Oh man, I can't go back and get those souls. I don't want to. It's disappointing. So I need to go up behind that guy and kill him. Nice. Whoa, who do we have here? Okay, we could probably go back now and get those. What's this little patch of bush? Why does it look so important? And why does this little pedestal seem so important? What's up with this little light spot here, hey? Why does this look like it should be a door, but it's not? Why is this a door at all? Those are the pyres that they talked about. That the crestfallen guy talked about. These guys are all trying to light them. Who's this guy?
Oh, hello.
Oh!
How do you do? I am Anri of Astora.
Cool.
Unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion.
Horace.
Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder? We are well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep.
Farron Keep.
We seek the Cathedral.
Cathedral
home
Deep.
of the Grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need.
Surely, surely.
May the flames guide your way. Oh yes, Horace. He's not very talkative, but don't think ill of him. He's an upstanding, kind-hearted knight, a fine partner for this grueling journey. Without his help, I would have cursed this onerous duty long ago.
Onerous.
We are well along the road of sacrifices. Beyond the flooded woods, we may go our separate ways now. The next time we may the flames...
What was her name again? Something of Astora? Blue Sentinels. That's the sound I make when I get potato pie. He's got a weird face. Alright, so an idea. Let's see here. Okay, they're still there. Let's hop up here. Let's target that one. Okay, here we go. Adding commands. Interesting. These guys hang out. Oh, I forgot to grab that. Back off, he says. Wouldn't want to become useful or anything. Research. Okay, let's go grab this thing. Ember. Ember. And there's a little spot up here even that they give you. Well, cool. I don't have to worry about that scream happening now. Okay, cool. So that's it for there, I believe. I don't think there's really anything else to it. I didn't get that impression. Okay, they're gone now. Wow. Someone died. Big sticks. Okay. Fuck. Yes. I feel like that's the clever way to go. But also probably harder in a way, too. This seems... Well, there's trees, and I don't want to trust the trees too much here. There sounds like there's something alive down there that's big. These trees, I do not trust these trees. What are those? Are those mushrooms? Or are those creatures that... Oh, no. It's those guys from Dark Souls 2. It's just a dog. So if I go down that way, I come around and I go over there. Is that cool? That is weird. I don't know. There's also something to do with this tree right here. Also, why did they turn around all of a sudden to go in guard mode? Weird. Tree's bad. Yes. They're just not good here. I don't trust them. I think it is. I can't remember, Thomas. Actually, it was like, well, for me, it was like a red, but if it's orange that you want, I support that because orange was the primordial color. Ew, orange. Ew, Terra. Indecisive on my desire for approach here. I could also go that way. I just don't like the look of that water. This kind of thing is so much easier on a 2D game. The choices are simpler. I think I'm gonna go with this way. It seems interesting. Okay. Rewarded for our efforts. That's sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. Panda. Hey, Lumberjack, how's it going? Very decent. Oh, man. Decisions here, too. So I guess if I go through there, I'd have to take care of these guys. I can deal with those guys. Why is there a line in here? Why is there a line in the texture? That's got to mean something here. That's a little too deliberate. I don't have any projectiles, so... Good. Can't complain too much. Decided to finally install Dark Souls 3. Now I'm going to try, and I'm trying to find my controller. I had to actually find my controller here today, too, right before starting. I got everything set up, and then I'm like, oh, one moment here. I know how that goes. So have you played Dark Souls 3 before? Is this your first time playing it? I'm pretty excited for you. Coming back, or are you brand new? Yeah, exactly. Finally sounds like brand new. Oh, look at this. That looks like the ogre from Sekiro. Any of them. Wanted to play from the start of the series, but I don't have the money to buy one or two at the moment. Yeah, I mean, go with the one that you would feel the most excited to play right now. I only went in order because I started out with Sekiro, and then after doing that, I knew I was sold on it. I had played the games a little bit before and didn't like the style of it, and then something about Sekiro changed my mind. Oh, look at it. It's the crabs from Skyrim. So since I absolutely knew I was going to be playing all of them anyways and streaming them, I decided why not go in order. And I already had like 1 and 2. Or no, I owned 2 and 3 already. I think my brother got me those a long time ago. I didn't really touch them. And so I bought 1 and started with that. I've been waiting for Dark Souls 3 for a really long time though. It's definitely the more polished feeling. New is nice, right? That's no good. Those guys are actually fun to fight. I should have let myself get into that a little bit more at the first there. I need to try to play games from the start, but Dark Souls 3 looks amazing, so if I end up really liking it, I'll probably get the others. Yeah, see? There you go. And, you know, another thing, too, is I'm all about non-linear consumption. Look at the size of that fucker over there. I'll if there's a book that I really want to get into, but I'm still not sure or something like that, I'll like read like the last couple of pages or something like that, you know. But you have to trust yourself into being able to forget stuff. I'm pretty good at forgetting things, in a way. So can't open it. Oh, look at that guy. He looks like a Christmas tree. That's how they get you. Also, I'm sure you already know this too, Jack, but there's no story happening in a linear fashion here, I don't believe. Not anything to speak of. Look at this place. I was up there. Oh. See, I started up there after the castle, and I was looking down on the dragon up there, Interesting. Time for crab. Christmas. What about Christmas? That makes a lot of sense. I tend to, with games like this, get lost in the game. So even if I do end up getting stuff spoiled for me, it doesn't phase me too much, right? See, you just kind of like... oh, hey, look at this guy. He's a legitimate fellow. Forgot this was Dark Souls 1. Hooray. Why does this already feel like work? Wow, I feel like I didn't even fall down. I just sort of zoop like that. You zoop. That's not a zoop. Yeah, that kind of thing. See, yeah, it is intimidating. It feels like to me it's going to be intimidating, but then I realize that you get familiar with the enemies really fast. When you start out a Dark Souls game, you kind of have to get the feel for how enemies are created. And then from there, it's just you get an idea of how FromSoft fashions their enemies, and then reading the enemies, new enemies from there, gets to be kind of like something you get better at. Fuck off. Titanite shard. Whoa, Johan. Thanks for the raid. How's it going, guys? First we'll let Lumberjack show up. Now I got you showing up. What have you been playing today? Oing, 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 oing. Thomas, do you know how to do the shout out command? You just do like exclamation point shout out or SO and then the name of that streamer. Heal up. Dude, these guys are fun. Haha. I started Red Dead 1. Oh, Red Dead 1, that's right. That's the one that I have played, and that was so long ago I forget that that game even existed. Not that it wasn't a fun game for me, it just existed in a very specific time of my life that there are very few references to. Red Dead Redemption. That one had a lot of nice poker games in it though. I enjoyed that. So with this Black Knight though, like, I thought that maybe he wasn't going to be a challenge when I first ran into him, because I'm thinking these guys are like the ones from Dark Souls 1. They have the same movesets, right? Assuming that they have the same movesets, and then remembering this is Dark Souls 3. They have all kinds of new stuff. There's a lot to pay attention to. So it's not so much about like trying to get those hits in, but just letting yourself observe the enemy. The best way to kill is to just make sure not to die. That's actually a really good advice. It's weird. Attack! Yoink. Ah! They feel ever harder. Yeah, they feel very, very challenging in a very fun way. I love the non-boss fights where you have to get really locked in. Oh, absolutely. Support, support, support! I really only do that because I like the colors and light that come from it. Okay, so we've got that guy. Doit, 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 doit. Shrug. If there's one thing Dark Souls needs more, it's less mob groups and more elite enemies. Actually, I kind of agree. That was something I missed in Dark Souls. Well, Dark Souls 2, I think, had that. Sekiro had a lot of, like, mini bosses. They were definitely something above a regular enemy as far as how they kind of were, they had sort of an equal treatment that the bosses had, in that they had boss health bars. I feel like it's hard to remember in that game if they used regular boss health bars from the Dark Souls, where it's all on the lower part of the screen, or if it's just over the enemy. Ooh, twin blades. I think we're safe here. I think I can read some stuff. I can use them. They aren't as good, but I haven't upgraded them at all. This is not even up by one either. Okay. Irithil. Anyways, this is paired scimitars used by certain sellswords. Sells words. The scimitar's sharp blades make for effective slashing attacks, but fare poorly against metal armor and tough scale covered hides. With a scimitar in each hand, the wielder can vary their onslaught with unique left-handed attacks when in the proper stance. Skill: spin slash. Sliced into foes with a large spinning motion and continue spinning to transition into a strong attack. I hope my character doesn't get motion sickness. I love the Black Knights. They're so fun. The Pursuer is good. It took me a sec to really like embrace that part, because to me it felt like getting invaded, but it's like a healthy medium, because you know where he invades you. He doesn't just follow you around everywhere. Okay. I should have waited to use that. Cool. Right. They vomit and then they get poisoned. So it's indirectly a poisonous weapon. These are kind of like the Legolas swords, which I kind of like. I have those. Oh, Farron Cole. I know who I'm going to give that to. And not for Christmas, if you know what I'm saying. Speed. Oh, really? I suppose. I wonder what its effects are. It doesn't have any additional effects. Whoops. Interesting. So that's a dead end? That doesn't make sense. Strong attacks here. They use NPC invaders as elites often, but they kind of fell flat most of the time. I see. Okay, so I can't get through there. I wonder if I could jump on there. Nope. Also, I still hear no tell of hidden walls. Look at me say that because it's true. It's very true. It's funny because it's true. I wonder if I go up in here. and I roll into here. Or I go over here, and then I roll into here. And I roll into here. Okay, none of that works. Still hit things. Well, it's hard to know when you don't see anybody writing notes. Have the notes turned off. It's kind of how it works. Okay, so the water isn't so bad. You have to catch them by surprise. Yeah, when they're not looking. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, shit. Why is it? Fuck. Oh, that's so fucked up. Get me my sword. Shit. Oh, that's so fucked up. He moving. Right? Like that crab had no chance. Oh my god, Great Swamp Ring. Interesting, this must be the Great Swamp. God, that thing moved fast. Whoa. Ooh. That was a lot of there was a lot of absurdity going on there. I think I got the lucky end of that RNG. Thank you. This place has crabs. That guy saw me from a real far distance. I don't like that at all. These things can sneak up on you. But now I know I should use the trees to my advantage. Uh-oh. Those look a little bit like the guys from Dark Souls 2, but smaller. I don't know what they call, like the turtle guys. Well, fuck me. Maybe I should use pyromancies in here. Self-sword helm. Conjurer hood. Conjurer. Turtle butt. Yes. They can see 1 kilometer away. Attire of traveling conjurers. Conjurers were predecessors to pyromancers and spent their lives roaming the lands. No wonder their attire was designed to protect them from fire, poison, and other threats of nature. Nature. How is this compared to this? Oh, it's a good bit less in defense. I guess it doesn't really matter so much. Wait, this is better in every respect. If I go to here, this is nearly better in every respect. Why don't I just wear those? Maybe I should wear those instead, because these are heavier, but not by much more, and they still give me all of that stuff while still giving me protection. Not wearing Viking armor. I'm not like the others. Oh, great. He's wearing a tank top. And he's not ready for that season. Interesting. Well, you know, this is his current situation, you know, when in Rome. Air out the pits. Quite something. You know, I could go around this way now. There's no reason to go around that other way. There. We just need to take out a couple of these dudes. Cool. Free stuff. It's best we don't give them a chance to show us what they do. Hey, how's it going, Biotrek? Oh. That's the sweep. Okay. Nice. The best we don't give, so they show us what they do. Right? I don't know. Maybe for video games. In real life, it's like that could be translated to, it's best not to trust anybody. That way you won't let them hurt you. I don't feel safe right there. I may or may not actually live that way. I may or may not agree. I may or may not be giving the biggest same of my life. You know, I used to think I was actually pretty trusting of people, but then I realized, then I got into a relationship. Ah! Ooh, what do you know? I feel pretty at one with this part of the forest right now. People suck for the most part. I mean, people suck when they don't know themselves. And a lot of people don't know themselves these days. Can't really hold that against them necessarily. It's a sucky situation, but we're also really not supposed to, like, it's not our responsibility to, like, feel empathy for everyone 100%. I think the most important thing is that we just take care of ourselves, right? I'm at home with all my stuff. I'm living my best life, eating Jello, you know, playing video games. That's my best life right now. And a lot of people will be like, no, you should spend your time doing other things. And I'm saying no, but think of all of the video games. You know, the real shit. You know, you can tell I have real purpose and meaning here. Truly though, people do suck, but I found that, like, when you give people the chance to surprise you, you do open up a pretty big opportunity to have a cool, awesome person in your life. But now here's the thing. People change and then they fade in and out of your lives. So it's okay and cool if shit doesn't go well and somebody fades out. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now, but you can tell there's been a lot on my mind. I had a discussion with someone who lives by that creed. It was so dumb. Yeah, you know, it's not like you do it consciously, like you want to live that way. Maybe some people do, but I don't think people, like, want to distrust people. Like, they probably feel like they need to distrust people. But I think at a certain point I was convinced that I wanted to trust people, but couldn't make myself. Like, okay, I'm convinced this person is a safe person to be around. I'm convinced this person won't hurt me. Or if they do, that I'm definitely taking parts of it through a filter of past pain. Please leave me alone. Proceeds to corner himself. Metaphors. Met good people for such a long period of my life that I can't really relate to the idea of most people being bad anymore. It's basically just an old meme for me. Yeah, like maybe it's true, but I have no actual reason to believe that. So yeah, it's really about your environment, especially growing up. Traumatic experiences, you know, being raised in a strict, you know, fundamentalist religious cult does stuff to you, I think. For instance, people who you are raised trusting that they have your best interest. Oh my God, these guys, they will not die. That last hit, and they know it. Those goddamn developers, they know you're not going to go for that last swing. That's why I have trust issues. Let's see. I think there are things that happen to one in their life that lead them to subconsciously not trust people as a default. I would say as a default because it's a defense mechanism. It's a defense, right? Yeah. I know it can't be an excuse all the time. Oh, it's a reason, but it's only an excuse if you're not separating what your trauma response is telling you from what the actual person is. My partner is introducing me to the concept of assuming the best in people. Some people probably say it like expect the best in people, and that can sound a little bit off when you're like, no, people should not hold each other with expectations of change. But it's like expecting that somebody has the best in mind for you, and that what they're doing is not an active means of manipulation or betrayal or anything like that. And that's like seems pretty obvious when you say it out loud, but it's very easy for the nervous system and conditioned responses are hard beasts to get rid of, I think. So yeah, I mean, actually there are lots of people who have even had a lot of people hurt them in their lives growing up, and they still have like this huge heart and belief that all people are inherently good. I don't think it's either one way or another. People I judge based off of who they are when I meet them. I don't really even judge them. I just kind of like, you know, am I enjoying myself around this person, or am I not? But sometimes it's not that simple. There are people in your life that you have to be around, and you can't really make that choice based off of how you're feeling. And I know for myself, my feelings are a little ill-calibrated at the moment. Well, not at the moment, just like, you know, low-key all the time. I mean, I don't trust anyone, but it has nothing to do with them being good or bad. Right. It's not a judgment based off of their character. It's just that you don't owe people to trust them when you first meet them. You reserve the right to make your judgments based off of pattern of behavior and shit like that. Shit, I should have had that, really. I think I got stuck there. Something wasn't working. And you know, at this point, since I've been relying on my shield a lot and my R or my L1 is not happy, I gotta fix it on this controller, which sucks because it's a really nice one. I'm gonna go grab my Steam controller. Very difficult to manage to pass that wall you may have put up. Yeah, I try to let people show me who they are. Let people show me who they are, but I don't have much faith in humanity as a whole. Yeah, right? For me, I mostly feel like I have, like, you know, this... I feel like I give people the benefit of the doubt far too often, maybe. Because there's two ways to respond to being hurt growing up, or being hurt with trust, or hurt with betrayal and stuff like that. It's to look for a savior, to try and look for a way out, to find somebody to pull you away from what you are, or what you're doing, or what you're unhappy with, or who's, you know, abusing you, or, you know, whatever. And that kind of trauma response causes you to suddenly trust everybody. In a way, everybody who hasn't hurt you yet. So then, for me, that's how it is. I just love everybody when I first meet them, and then I grow close with somebody, and then there's a certain layer that they get past, and I suddenly am dealing with voices telling me that this person is trying to actively scheme to mess with my brain. I find it incredibly difficult to get out of the mindset of past experiences dictate how everyone is. I know that's not the truth by any means, but it just feels better off with that line of defense there. Right, it feels safe. That's what a defense mechanism gives you. That's what we seek out when we do something to manage with these things. It's a defense mechanism. Or a coping mechanism. 2. Coping mechanism is that passive, like, distrust of people. Anyways, defining all these things, but let's see, it becomes a little bit more like you have to now see. So, and I also think very much in the moment when I'm stressed. So if I'm in a big argument and shit, one sec here. If I'm in a big old argument with somebody and I start to get stressed, it's very hard for me to see the bigger picture. Like, it's hard for me to hold the past in mind. It's hard for me to consider that the future isn't always going to be right like it is right now. You know, it's stuff that I have to basically repeat to myself when I'm stressed, instead of saying the things that I would initially do. But yeah, it's very fascinating if you get into the psychology of it. It's a little frustrating, though, if you do get fascinated by the psychology of it, and then you, like, realize, oh, this is why I'm doing this. But you can't just change something because you know something. Now you have to just be aware of yourself, and that means being vulnerable even to yourself. It's like an eldritch truth. It kind of makes you go mad if you see yourself constantly failing in this thing that you have a principle of improving on. Progress isn't linear. It's always frustrating assessing yourself. Yeah, you gotta almost like get really comfortable with it. It's almost like the same thing as getting comfortable with your own voice, which is a lot of what streaming makes you do. If you don't get comfortable with your own voice, then you won't really do well streaming, I think, if you want to be conversing with people, if that's one of your reasons for streaming. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I also got pretty good at recording my voice and using my voice as like memories, like memos, to try and keep track of stuff. I think that works pretty well. Again, you have to get used to the voice though, and that's like getting used to your emotional awareness. Your emotional, like you've opened yourself up. It's like watching an old video of yourself all the time, making this stupid, embarrassing mistake in front of people though. And so you start to invoke this self-loathing because you need them to know that you are just as ashamed of yourself as you think they should be. But they aren't ashamed of you, it turns out. Because if they were ashamed of you, that means they'd have a certain level of shame for themselves because they also make mistakes. You can see the dynamic there. Relationships are incredibly complicated, but it's also insane how natural it feels once you really start to get into the work. And it's not just like, you know, romantic relationships either. It's really easy to put in, oh, not easy. It's there's more motivation. It seems like there's more motivation to work through these things when somebody you are romantically involved with is working through them with you, and they're like seeing you as you are. Finally, things are getting comfortable, and now you're like letting down your barriers. My soul hurts, dude. My soul hurts too. It's in a way like why I play Dark Souls. It's such a way to navigate the world that I live in all the time. It's a funny thing too, how the characters in this game are all like the ones that you end up with, the NPCs and such. They all have this theme of like losing their way and trying to find like some new meaning or purpose. I mean, that's taken me out of left field because another thing I'm trying to learn is learn to ask for help. Or no. Learn to accept help. For some reason, that one's even harder. You're like, why doesn't anyone do anything? Doesn't they read my mind and know that I need help and attention? And then when they do help you, you're like, leave me alone. I don't need you telling me to feel better. Or like, I don't need you wanting me to feel better, right? Like, loathe me on the same level as myself. No, not really. But yeah, real shit there. You can tell I've been going through some shit. But you guys get souls? Dark Souls 4, Caesar's Squid Souls. Hey, we need an underwater souls. That's what Sekiro was hinting at, or was building up towards in, you know, that fish area. Fuck off. Some people, they say I need help. Some people can fuck off and go to hell. You're venting and people try to help, but you're a bitch. No one asked for your help. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you're like, bitch, no one asked for your help. Well, see, it's not even that. Like, I can get into pity, like legitimate pity parties. Be right back. Okay, see you in a sec, Jack. And in that state, I'm like, all I want right now is someone to talk to, but I don't want to reach out. So why doesn't anyone do it just anyways? Like, this should be, they should know. They should know the fact that I'm silent means something. Oh, it's so passive. I'm really trying to work out passivity in myself. But it's not going to happen right away, and so you'll probably hear me talk about it here once in a while, but like eventually it'll be just something that I kind of work on silently. I tend to verbalize a lot of the stuff that I'm working on, but I by no means hold people to the same standards as I hold myself. In fact, I should start lowering my standards for myself even. The whole, like, you know, make do, not a do. Or in other words, fuck being perfect, because it's unachievable. In another sense, I want to stop wanting to be perfect. Don't reach out to me. I'll say dumb things to make things worse. Yeah. You know, there was a second there where I was like, maybe I won't do this, but... Oh, he stepped into the flames and peered into the void. Step into the flames. You ever hear that song, anybody? That song that I was singing earlier before? Wow, I'm cleaning this place out. Damn. The smoking pyres. I feel like I've picked stuff up, but I haven't looked at it. Oh, this shit. Pine resin that has rotted and turned poisonous. Likely rotten from the start. Temporarily applies poison to the right-hand weapon. Fair and keep was swallowed by the rotted wood. Where the blunt horn Gorus concoct this resin. Blunt horned Gorus. They must be a type of people. Fair and keep was swallowed by the rotted wood. I wonder if that was the cursed rotted greatwood. If it was swallowed by that, that is a large place to have swallowed just by one person. What's this? Charcoal pine resin rotted with human body fluids. Oh, I already read that. I need to bring this in. A shard soaked in Estus. Give to the blacksmith at the shrine to increase usages of Estus flasks. In the old days, it was rare to see an Estus flask far from its owner, but its shard offers hope, however shattered. Death by fire. Squid, I rewatched your fight against the Sekiro final boss, and now I kind of want to buy it. Dude, music was very fitting. It struck right on every single time. It was nuts. I had such a fun time with that game. I cannot wait to return to it, and I intend to kind of do, you know, Sekiro got me into the idea of speed running through areas with music, and I don't know if people do style playthroughs, where it's a combination of speed and style. Dark Souls lore gone sexual. Yeah. Bodily fluids. These guys really didn't put up much of a fight. I find that odd. Well, I don't think I can go anywhere from here. I got stuck down here because of this. Oh, wait. No, I can just go up through here. Right? Nope. No. Wrong thing. Are these any of these doors? It's gotta be sneaky, like you said. Style is weep shit. Exactly what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm going for. In the first place. Oh yeah, this place. Why did I do that? Who needs a shield when you've got this? Oh boy. That was so bad. Who needs a shield? Wow, that's some fast. That's so cool, actually. That fast casting is really cool. I'm into that. You know what they call fast casting? Fast. No, I don't know that. It's a stillborn joke. I'll abort it. There was a guy over there. Interesting, huh? It's been a while since I've really taken in my environment. Let's see what's going on over here. I don't need to use that to heal. I could use this to heal. Oh no, that one is the heal and the other one is the shockwave. Interesting, okay. I don't really like these clothes that I'm wearing. Mostly because I'm hollow, and when I'm hollow, I have a body image problem and I don't want to see my character doesn't want to be seen. Ooh, a little place down below. All right, let's do this. Cover up. I don't want to see too much of the rags on a ragged body, such as mine. Herald gloves. I think we'll go back to the heraldry. I mean, why Stray? He's a Star Wars cosplayer. Oh, that's true. By the way, Cuts, I was going to ask you, how is Mandalorian? I get the impression that people are really liking it. There's a dog there. That's something right there. It is really popular. It's good. Better than the movie? Like the new Star Wars movie? The curse is so bad. Way better than the sequels. That is so interesting. Who made that one again? Was it Disney? I guess it had to be the same people. Ooh, that guy's got better spells. Sounds good as the original movie because the premise is just not as entertaining. Oh, for sure. Which I've been feeling like watching the original trilogy lately. It's been a bit. Wow, that's rock hard. It must be petrified, like everything. Back, I needed a smoke and coffee. You know what? I need a smoke. But I also have coffee, so I'm kind of good right now. Ooh, boy. A good smoke. You know, I used to be able to take smoke breaks. Back when I was in my old apartment, I was able to smoke out the window, and I could just take a smoke break. This doesn't feel safe right here. I could take a smoke break just sitting out the window, and I would hang out and smoke and talk. It'd be the time where I would actually spend time chatting with people. And now the closest I get to that is like chatting while I'm smoking. But that's not the same thing. Oh, great. A point of no return. Just what I wanted. I think character dialogue is just a bit stiff overall. It's better to be stiff, though, than, I don't know, cheesy. Is it cheesy at all? They definitely don't talk like people. No, cheese. No cheese. Oh, that's nice. Wonder why I added a comma there. Oh, great. You know what this place is? Oh shit, it happened already. Crystals. Ah! Somebody else is here. Oh, what's this? It's a crystal sage. Shit. Damn it. Oh man, I should have healed. Oh. Crowd management. Okay, now I need a smoke. Never speak to me or my or my son or my son's son or Oh my god, this is gonna be fun. I feel like there should be, before I wanted that boss fight to start though, I was gonna go check for a bonfire, and I think there is one. There's another place I could have gone there. Okay, I need a smoke, guys. Do you guys, I'm gonna turn on music requests. It's on currently. I'm gonna get some tunes already going there. Before I do that, I will put my character in the appropriate stance for what I'm about to be doing. What do we have? Might as well do this. Or no, like this. We don't want to be seen. Calm down, difficulty of subjective. So anyways, yeah, I'm gonna take that break real quick. You guys can turn on some tune or request tunes until I return. Before I do that, there's this song I want to turn on called Illusions. I forget who it's by. Inside jokes. I want to be part of an inside joke one day. Oh, that's one I'm part of. Oh. Could not add song. How long is the song, out of curiosity? I can't remember what my limit is at. Let's see here. Illusions by, what are they called? I know they're called something familiar. Liked songs. Cypress Hill, of course. Yeah. Thank you. I'm honestly not sick of this song yet. I haven't been rickrolled enough times in my life. If that's something people want to say. Death by Glamour. All right, let's get back to the intro here. So do I. Okay, I'll be back.
Wa-da-da-da-dang. I'm having illusions, all this confusion driving me mad inside. I'm having illusions, all this confusion fucking me up in my mind. I'm having illusions, all this confusion driving me mad inside. I'm having illusions, all this confusion fucking me up in my mind. Motherfuckers be driving me up the walls, hoping that I fall, but they can lick my balls. Straight jacket, stop it. In the padded room where some punk niggas can't hack it. Distracted from all reality. Now I'm let out on a minor technicality. They all fucked up now, cause they let a nigga back on the street somehow. I'm looking for someone like me, living in my own world to my own degree. On the loose in the city, looking at the home with the big titties, looking at me and I feel shitty. A little tense, stop getting hot, cause she looks like my girl who got smoked at the cut spot. I'm trying to find ways to cope, but I ain't fucking around with the gauge or a rope. I'm having it
birthday, birthday. Today, yeah, it's Friday, Friday. We so excited. We so excited. We gonna have a ball today. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Sunday comes afterwards. I don't want this weekend to end.
R&B, Rebecca Black. So chillin' in the front side, in the backseat. I'm driving, cruising, fast lane, switching lanes with a car by my side. Passing by is a school bus in front of me. Makes tick tock, wanna scream. My time is Friday, it's a weekend. We gonna have fun. Come on, y'all.
Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. We gotta get down Friday, Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Partying, 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 partying. Fun, 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 fun. Looking forward to the weekend. Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Friday, Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Partying, 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 partying. Fun, 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 fun. Looking forward to the weekend.
It just sounds like a kid's song, though. That's the problem. It just doesn't sell as... I guess it's for a young audience, but God, it's just so, like, repetitive, and not in a creative, repetitive way. I'm just saying that for sure, but man, what a phenomenon of internet culture. What a forgotten little gem. What do you think, Russ? Do you want to play with, he's got his toy Papushka here. That's spelt with a P. You want to come up? Come on. Come on. There you go. He's a little guy. See, everybody, this is Russ. Say hi, Russ. I'm taking care of him while his mom is, well, taking care of somebody else. Giving her best friend's kid a little ride to the doctor. Oh yeah, where's Papushka? Here it is. Ready, set, go. Good. All right, that'll keep him busy. Getting down on Friday on a Monday. You know what rhymes with Friday? Drunk. No, actually, I don't drink. Gives me ulcers. No, it gives me conniptions. What's here? Friday. Monday. Boss fight. Oh, boss fight. I've got a boss fight. I almost forgot. That's good there. What is going on here? Is it this? Honestly, I hope this turns into a rigorous fight, but I don't think so actually now that I think about it, because you can hear Russ, the squeaking toy. Papushka's dead by now. Those are the rattles, the death rattles. The death squeaks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I regained control. The R2 bug, everybody. You just saw it happen. It's a challenge. Oh, I was gonna grab my Steam controller. Well, it's too late now, I guess. Well, I kind of want it. I want that. I need my other controller. I'll be right back, guys. I will turn on this thing here. I really need some, like, elevator music, but instead we've got this. What's this? All right, this is my technical difficulties screen. Be right back. Hope you guys are not prone to seizures. If so, here's a late warning. So, those of you who are not familiar with the Steam controller, it is a controller supplemented with a few extra features. One of them is gyroscopic control. The other one is a touchpad instead of a camera control stick. So there you have that. I'm going to now... Oh, I can't do it from here. I have two paddle buttons underneath the controller. One of them seems to be dodge, which I think is an interesting choice. The other one could be like, you know, item selection, but we won't get putsy with that. All right, so let's just turn off this music. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Reading Rainbow in a way. Alrighty. We have a fellow here who needs the attention. I didn't time that right. We could do this all day. But I don't want to. There's a lot that I have not looked at yet, I feel like. Oh, I should go back and get that shard taken care of. And I have a lot of stuff I could be using. I could upgrade my weapon. I don't think I have any Twinkling Titanite yet, though. I have a few interesting items. Some pyromancies. That would be an interesting thing to use in this area. Having range would be nice. I have a few new weapons too that I might consider trying. This is a very interesting weapon indeed. I could try to see how bleed affects these guys, but I'm not exactly sure I can get a whole lot of hits in before they're down. And I'm not sure at which point they multiply. Or how they die. I don't even think I killed one. I just feel like they were teleporting away, and then at some point, boom, a bunch of one-hit imposters. Wow, I can use this now. No, I can't. It just doesn't have an X on it. I wonder what that means. Must be just so outside of the bounds of being able to use it. So the requirements are there, but if you are underneath it by one, you could probably still utilize it somewhat effectively. Oh, Heretic's Staff. Catalyst used by generations of heretic sorcerers. Sorcery is a logical academic discipline. And the power of sorceries depends heavily on the caster's intelligence. Steady chant. Okay. This is the one for which I'm aiming. Also, there's this. I don't have the attributes for it yet, but The lightest of all great shields made from wood and decorated with a two-headed dragon. Great shields are the largest type of shield and offer both high stability and damage absorption, making it easy to deflect enemy attacks. Yeah, that was interesting. It was quite different. I could tell that it was different, but I just don't know. Wait, was that the same old one or is that the updated one? I feel like that was the old one. At first I thought it was the updated one, but I think that's just because I couldn't remember it. Large wooden shield. Wait. Okay. Great shield. The bizarre pattern featured on the shield is a mark of a mad god, revered as a god of war in remote regions. Cool. Yeah, I think the updated ones are only live. Oh, for sure. Okay, I wasn't sure if she did like a re-release or anything like that. Okay, these guys are using magic on me. Magic, magic, magic. What kind, I wonder? Well, probably... What is this? Magic 4.4, 3.5. This one's the greatest. Okay, let's go back to here. We might go into full, like, cleric mode here. Which I've never done before, so... Okay, this would be the better of those two. Herald gloves. Or I should just maybe have a balance. Maybe having a balance would be nice. What's my weight at? Okay, that seems fine, but maybe not. Mad God. That would be incredible. Friday, remixed and remastered. Yeah, see, that's kind of... that's the sensibility I thought they would operate under. All right. Now we are just a penitent one. I need to go back and get that shard taken care of. I was not ready for that boss fight, but it turned out almost impressive. At the start, it was strong. At the end, worse. So to speak. I kind of look like a farmer. Dragon scale ring, huh? Well, looky who's there. I don't even know who that is. Have I seen you before?
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Cirrus of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity. Duties we each bear, but one's duty is a solitary affair. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization.
What? I disagree.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's the same as that person who wants to kill the firekeeper. Or they're lesbians. Or she's a witch. Or she's a boss. Or, since she's silver, she's the opposite of that gold guy from Dark Souls 1, who said something similar. Look what I can do. Maybe it can all be all of the above for sure, but that's my impression, and I like that impression for now.
Wow, how many?
Oh, I don't have very many souls on me. That's the fucked up shit.
Ashen one.
First we go to the pyromancer. We save, what's his name? The blacksmith for later.
There you are, and I am pleased to have it.
Yes, here we are. It's been long indeed.
With this, I can teach you more sophisticated pyromancies. Splendid. I can boast I am your tutor a little longer.
Oh, interesting. It still puts that in as... Okay, interesting. Okay. I don't like it that way, though. Learn pyromancies. Whoa. Bursting Fireball. Pyromancy of old restored by Cornix, one of the Great Swamp's more advanced spells. Hurls an exploding fireball, a rare technique that undergoes change after leaving the caster's hand, making the spell renowned for its difficulty. Well, I want this one, obviously. 3,000 is actually not a lot to accrue. Profuse Sweat, advanced pyromancy that internalizes flame associated with Carmina. Profuse sweating temporarily boosts resistance to bleeding, poison, frost, and curses. The yellowish sweat cures all kinds of ailments. Not enough souls, stranger? Oh! Resident Evil. That's a series I haven't played yet, but I am going to. Having played Bloodborne, I am now into darker, more vicious games, and horror in general. Not that Bloodborne is really horror to some people, but it got me on my way. Sweat being used as a cure. Yes, it's like, ooh, some places this is used as a cure. Yeah, oh, very soon, yes. God. My cousin is a very big influence on the games that I end up playing, and he's pressured me to play... Not pressured, he's encouraged me to play Resident Evil just about as much as Dark Souls. So, learn pyromancies, purchase items... Titanite shard. Oh, I suppose I could try doing that, but I don't want to do that yet.
Do not be gone for long.
Do not be gone over long, you mean?
Just wasn't he?
Coal.
Oh my. This coal is from the Undead Legion. Used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers.
Ooh.
A fine prize. I'm honored to be endued with it. Now I'll be equipped to infuse special gems. Praise the gods, eh? Time to put this brawn to use.
Farron had something to do with Dark Souls 2, right? That's where that name came up, or is that in Dark Souls 1? I know I've heard of it. Damn. There we go. What does this do? Sharp. Sharp. So that makes it scale more? That takes away the scaling. This one makes the scaling... Well, I can't say that it's increasing the scaling. Oh, no, it is. Huh. I mean, I'd like to do this one here. I don't have Twinkling Titanite, so I'll have to settle for... Oh, I've already upgraded this to number 1? Oh no, it already needs 4? Oh no, it is at 1. Okay, so if I do it a second time, it'd be 372. 10 years since you played the ones. Oh man, yeah. It's like for a lot of the Halo games that have been coming out. It's weird how it's 2020 and right before all seems kind of like a return to the past, but also like really a golden age for new games. Shoulders has got to be dead. Some wide swings. God. If only we could make people like programmed guys. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's, oh, I see. Interesting. Axe favored by brigands, surprisingly sturdy battle axe that requires more strength to wield than a standard axe. Okay, well, I think I want to do this one for the sake of committing to dexterity. This here, oh, I can't get this done quick enough, but we'll have to wait on it. Blade Runner 2049. Yes. I started watching it, but I don't think I finished it because I got distracted. I started it one night, fell asleep, and then never remembered to return to it. I really want to watch it though because it's one of my favorite sets of directors, themes, soundtrack, composer, all those things. Yeah, that sounds really good. That's, and coming from you, Cuts, that's rather endorsing. Reinforced weapon, I already did that. Reinforce.
There are two ways to simply this in battle. Pretty be careful.
I just need souls. I'm gonna take a look and see if Grey Rat wants to buy anything that I don't want. Which I want to keep everything, honestly. It's tough. It's tough. I could sell a weapon I don't want. Like, I could sell this because I don't want it. Mail breaker. Yeah, I already have something that I like anyways. I like that sword, but I doubt I'm going to keep using it. I definitely am not going to be using this. I don't like the clubs, but I'll keep them because they're not really that expensive or sellable. Whip, not into. And that's all I need to do.
Goodbye.
Be confused at the ending, but otherwise amazing. It's really long, but it still manages to kind of leave story elements behind. Interesting. I kind of think that doesn't affect my eagerness to watch it because
What?
for me it's about the feel of the place. It's just the aesthetic, the world, the music. It's the kind of thing I can really immerse myself into easily, regardless of story. But if it's long, I'll probably watch it in pieces. Probably why I didn't finish it the first time. Reinforce. Let's do this. Happy. All right. I'm happy with that. You know, be nice to be able to get that done. I should just do it now. Oh, I can't because I don't have the shards for any of them. Okay. Okay.
Pretty be careful.
So now I have 5 Estus? Oh, no, I have to sit at the bonfire first. There we go. Okay. Halfway Fortress. The Unkillable Lizard? I don't remember. Did you post that a while ago? I might have missed it. Might have missed that one. Okay. I'm really liking this garb. It's simple, but pleasing. I'm gonna have to restart the game because my controller's not operating properly. And I know why. It's because I need Steam Big Picture to be running or something stupid like that. Either just like start the game over using the controller or something like that to trick it. Okay, bear with me here. All right. Give me a sec. Let's make sure we at least beat this boss and see how long that takes us. See where we're at afterwards. Imagine having limitless time to stream. Here we go, controller configuration. Mouse, joystick. And then menu layer. Cool. Let's see if that works. It's one of the most famous articles, but kind of easy to skip. I haven't posted it, but it's one of my favorites. Send it. That's much better. I now have motion control. Okay. I also want to change. That's weird. Use item B button. Dodge B button. Wait, why are those both the same? Well, we won't worry about that. That part's not important. Unkillable lizard. So is that like that crystal lizard? You know, I've never really gone through this area. Now I have. Am I happy? No knowing. It's a super strong, super long lizard that hates everyone, wants to kill everything. What's his like thing though? That what makes him an SCP? Okay. He doesn't die. Yeah, isn't that an anime? But then, of course, like, in the anime, he would eventually die. In the SCP universe, these things can still be at large, and the story, nonetheless, feels resolved in the mind. Okay, he's there. Crabs. And then that big one over there and a big one over there. Like you have the SCP Foundation with all their reality bending universe bursting technology and they can't kill this damn lizard. I suppose that's true. But that doesn't seem very interesting to me. That seems like a very like lazy trope. See, I bet you if I kill one of those, then this guy comes running. It's like they're babies. Oh, fuck. Shit. I hate the way that thing runs. It's so disturbing. Also, I don't have... shit. I don't have shit. I was gonna get a pyromancy, I think, but I forgot. I have 1,500 souls. Well... how much does that give me? Also, I was gonna try out my, scimitar here, just to try this out. Or katana, I mean. Okay, that doesn't work. It's not super weak so far. I've expected it probably to show some signs of degradation there, but... all right. That was a bit of a mess. It's like chop, 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 chop. There, that looks more appropriate now that he's wearing the proper garb. You killed my babies! They threw him into the void from 3930, Pattern Screamer, and he willed himself back into existence. Oh, that seems a little bit more substantial than he just can't be killed. Well, he's not dead. He's the second to last Ronin. Ouch. I always do end up going this way, and I'm happy with this route. Getting to the boss is not the issue right now. Shit. It's about... it's about finding that extra bonfire, because there's got to be another one. I mean... well, it could be a very long boss run. I am not discounting that possibility, but I really don't want it to be. It just gets more and more anime. I realized by telling you about all the articles I love, I made you skip over some of the core SCPs. Why would you say I skipped over them? Because they were just ones you already told me about, and you'd rather me read them? I mean, I understand that. True, that kind of makes sense. Here it is. Wow, that is not where I expected it to be. Strangely, right in the middle of everything, possibly even in view. All right. Gonna travel back to Firelink. I just mentioned or showed you some of the most famous ones. Oh, I see. Maybe you mean more prominently known. Famous. I don't think there's any. Oh, are you saying famous in the SCP universe or famous amongst the fandom? Shit, what was I doing? I need to at least make sure. Oh, oh, here she is. Fuck, where did she go? The old lady, or the other lady.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Yeah, famous in the
Seek thine
fandom.
heart's desire. Very well. Then touch the take Nara.
6,000. Okay. And I know we've got to do faith by 1. Faith is going to be the one we increase. Now, is it though? Would that help me?
Ashen One.
I doubt that would actually help me. Think about this for a second. What would we use these souls to most benefit us? Oh, boosts pyromancies. That's right. I was gonna go to pyromancies. I gotta read that ring's description though. Oh ho ho ho! One sec, guys. Allie's home. That's for us. Super happy she's back. Almost done, almost done. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. I'd have a husky if I had like a very big yard, otherwise a small dog. I can say small dogs, at least in the recent experience I've had, they've been pretty cool. Like, I even know this one, my partner's family has a Chihuahua named Marco, and he doesn't make a sound. He'll pee if you baby talk to him, but he's kind of docile. It's kind of funny. Hold on. There we go. Polish Shepherd. Russ is a Shih Tzu or something like that, I think. I want a Great Dane. I think you need big yards for them too. Almost all big dogs got gross drool. True, within reason. All right, I want to swap it out with that. Going to heighten ourselves here. Learn pyromancies. Let's take a look at which ones did he give me. Poison mist. Interesting. I don't think that that's going to be very useful. Great Danes are fantastic dogs. Yes, I know. That dog was the devil. Okay, so Shih Tzus can be good and bad, just like Chihuahuas, right? They all have their different personalities, but that's true. Little dogs can be quite loud. Russ will suddenly start to bark at a random noise if he isn't familiar with it, but by and large he's actually so well behaved it shocks me. But it's he's got a pretty fantastic owner, and they've been together for something like 9 years, so that's quite the relationship. Because of the Seer. The Chihuahuas are just evil. For sure, for sure. I want whatever that dog is. Oh, isn't that like a beagle? My ex's dog was just, it looks like Wishbone. Remember Wishbone? Because of their life is pain. Also pugs. I actually feel bad for pugs, and I don't really like spending time around pugs because they're such pitiful creatures. It's too sad. My ex's dog was just babied to hell. Oh god. So realistic. My dream pet is a lynx, but that's not very realistic. I would love to have an otter. Pugs are just, yeah, they're cursed. Poor things, right? Oof. So this will help. 8 uses, along with this one, which will be 6 uses. I could go into my second stage. Yeah. Or I could just use this. Nah, I'll use this.
Do not big what it.
Actually, I will talk to him. I want to reinforce my flame. Actually, that could be very, very, very helpful now for what I'm doing. It's a disgusting lengths humans go to have something aesthetic without being healthy. Yeah, it's just cruelty, basically. Sustained, cruel attrition. Breathing and eating is difficult. Isn't that a fun thing? God. Yeah. Pyromancer trousers. Great Swamp. It was thought adorning oneself with natural fauna would provide protection from the flames of pyromancy. In the Great Swamp, bronze was used ritualistically to ward off evil spirits and to keep darkness at bay. Huh. So pyromancers, I suppose it makes sense that a pyromancer would be strong against flame in his garb, but I feel like a pyromancer is generally not trying to go against people who are using the same element as they are, so it's the same in Snake World. Small ball python morphs have horrible neurological issues that make it hard for them to eat or even stay upright, but they're pretty, so worth it, right? Really? I've never heard of this. Ball python morphs? I've never heard of that.
Do not be gone for long.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Also, Lumberjack, are you on the Discord? And if not, are you interested in it? Because I could post a link. I mean, hell, why not? You don't even have to say yes or no. It'll just be something you can decide to do or not. That would be a good place for me to find it. Link dump, you know, that kind of thing.
And a fine day it is. So, happy.
Right, I still haven't decided what I want to do about these. This is a poisonous thing. Interesting. Our store's spear. Own snakes then was interesting in getting into breeding, but all the issues floating around really put me off. I wonder if maybe something like that will happen.
Now. Do not be awake.
With my real dream as far as animal interests, like animals or pets type stuff. I really want to have a coral tank one day. I've talked about that a long time ago. But I just know that A, it's a lot of work, and B, you're risking losing the lives of all of these things. You know, it's just it's a tedious process, and it's kind of like growing plants but worse. Oh man, I love underwater life. Coral ecosystems are endlessly fascinating to me. They're so complex and beautiful and very colorful. That's a key element there. So I want to keep that. I don't need that. So switching between these might be tedious. I'll have to get good at this. Hey, Tainted, how's it going? 5 days. Man, that just makes me wonder how many days I've spent doing this. Huh. 6 days. Yeah, 23 hours coming up. 24 hours. Hey. Let's see here. Maintaining that sounds like a nightmare. It kind of does sound like it, but you have a lot of stuff automated. Cuts. Yes. Yeah. Money and space is the problem. Time is also the issue, but it's kind of like plants where it's little changes over time. You just have to be vigilant. You have to be watching chemical levels. I am doing really good, Tainted. Very good. Today is my first stream since the weekend. Unknown caller. Fighting a headache. Oh dear. A good day finally in a while. Oh, really? Good. So despite the headache, what's made your day today? Let's see here. Well, lots has happened. I mean, mostly I'm just glad things have hit their stride in certain ways. And I'm eager to get started with my new job, so I'm always got that kind of in the back of my mind. One of my main issues with fish keeping hobby as a whole is the overfishing that is done strictly for the hobby. Oh yes. See, it always requires you to have a certain level of awareness. It doesn't require you to, but like having that awareness already changes things. So I've attuned my spells, I've done all that. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. I mean, yeah, I don't need my... Well, if I compare the catalyst I'm using now to, say, this one. Spell buff. What in the hell is that? Degree to which spells are strengthened. Spells take the form of sorceries, pyromancies, and miracles. Spell buff. Weird. Maybe that's just at base level. No, it's not at base level. That's actually leveled up by one. Yeah, I gotta see here. Oh, I had some nice deep conversations and company last night, so that helped. Oh, yes. That is very, very restorative. I had also a good sleep the last couple of days. Last night I didn't actually have a good sleep, but I'm gonna remedy that by having a nap after this. Headache is making repeat stuff. Oh, right. Yeah, no worries. My knowledge about fish stuff is like 15 years old. My dad had about 40 aquariums of varying sizes at one point. No kidding. To be fair, fish breeding has come leaps and bounds in the past 20 years. It's just a lot of stories still get wild caught because stories still get wild caught. Oh yeah, because of how pretty certain ones are. Yeah. Also, the other thing I was considering too, you know, as sad as it is that we're losing coral, you know, like in the Great Barrier Reef and elsewhere, I think it's important to me it means something to cultivate and sustain something that soon won't have a place to live in the natural world. And I don't know, like, I feel like that kind of like still encourages me, it sustains my purpose for that. 3 to 5 hours, yeah. 9 a.m. Probably have a headache. Probably why I have a headache. Yeah, you think? Okay, let's get to business here. I'm not gonna try and dilly-dally any longer here. I don't know if I can even use anything else. Oh, interesting. I might actually try this. But I might actually also wear stronger clothing as a result. fire. Let's see here. What is it at with this? In the 20s? I think this is a good compromise, function-wise, but I really don't like the look. So we'll just stick with this. It's good. It's cool. It's fine. Completely agree with you. I think being a part of breeding projects is a wonderful thing to do. Yes. Just got to make sure you're mindful about it, aware of all of the choices you have to make and what they mean, where they start, what they support, I guess. It's really hard to keep all the pieces together though, and sometimes you just gotta pursue a dream because it's a dream. If you have consequences, you're supposed to learn from them, but let's not get reckless here. My dad also had snakes for a bit, but life was changing, so he wasn't able to keep up with it. Now he does some photography instead. Your dad sounds very interesting, Cuts. He sounds like he's got a lot of hobbies. Travel, attune spell. Let's travel. Crucifixion Woods. So I knew that all of those wooden posts were crosses of a type. They seemed like crucifixion crosses, not these things. The things that those guys, oh, that's right, those are giants that are walking around there. They've got them strapped to it. They must have been dudes who were crucified here. That's kind of fucked up. Okay, so this is the boss fireplace, perhaps? I guess we'll find out. Oh, look at what I haven't found yet. And over there as well. So really it would just be a quick little run, right? Just very, very fast. Uh-oh. The crucified. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit! I didn't react fast enough. How dare thee? I mean, he's basically me, except gaming wasn't a thing, so he had to find other shit, right? High effort shit. It doesn't matter if I die really at this point, I feel like. Might as well prepare my pyromancies here. Oh shit, I haven't even done that. All right. This is useful. Fuck. What in the hell is this? Warriors slumber ahead. I wonder how sorceries affect this guy. Fuck. There's still stuff I need to get here. Well, I won't be using this sword against this enemy right now. I don't need to use this. What is the difference there? 328, 338, 24. So that's fine. That'll be fine still. It looks holier anyways. I don't like that crab. It really makes me uncomfortable to go down here because of how quickly he moves. It's ominous. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's right. Oh. I forgot about the one hole in the ground. Warriors slumber ahead. Over in that corner, way over there. I wonder how you get there. Well, I'm gonna go through here really quick. This is not good. Oi, oi, oi. I think I am most suited for doing those same kinds of things. I've just been struggling with basics of life all this time, and I'm still struggling. Yeah. I mean, my partner and I were talking about that the other day. Like, she just got this job last year that was paying a lot more than she had ever got paid before, and then it's like a lot of stuff happened this year that just added on and added on. Thing after thing. This year, so that house flipping business that my dad and I started, we're no longer doing that anymore. Like, that fell through. We sold one house. Like, we did one project, and that was it for that. So it's kind of like weird how certain things didn't work out this year. Even though they were kind of set up to be really good. Kind of a, yeah, it's like Lumberjack. Feel that way too hard. Survival has been a bitch. I wonder if I'm supposed to jump over there. No, I go down here. I did see that. Okay. Ooh, nice. A Ring of Sacrifice. I've actually started getting used to having those around and using them lately. They're kind of nice. You tried. Back in a little bit. All right, see you in a second. We did try. I don't have a job, you know, set up in a field that I understand. Crystal gem. I want a twinkling titanite. Never been employed. Let's see here. I've never been employed. I've had like a minor learning position at a dog daycare for a year. That's the only work I've done. But like that shit is too brain dead for me. Yeah. Yeah. You have to find the right environment for yourself. Coffee shop work is good if I do it in, you know, part-time work, but not full-time. At least that I've done in the past. I'm getting back into it, having been years since I've done it before. I've changed a lot since then, but it's still a big, it's still a nice thing to have gotten myself back into, I guess. I can't say much yet about it because I haven't started the job yet. But I know it's going to be at least like a good environment for me. My cousin works there, who's my best friend growing up, and well, it's just one day at a time, right? And I know what you're saying about the projects too, Cuts. What got this whole like discussion started. I have so many projects that I would really love to get started, but I have to put them all on hold right now. And without really any assurance that there's going to be anything to revive it or anything to free up the time soon. I was looking at getting a similar position at the library or city archives. Oh, dude, archival work would be awesome. I would love that kind of work. Archive work is interesting. It makes me feel smart. Even when it's just my own stuff. Well, look who we have here. I've got all kinds of weird phone numbers calling me today. That was 2019, yeah. Alright. I'm waiting for this kind of sound to die down here. Maybe I should just, like, expedite the process here. Nah. Oh, shoot. Okay, forget that. Look at his chair. That's funny.
Well, this is unexpected. I don't often have visitors. What do you want? This is my study that you've happened upon. If you haven't any business, I've reading to get back to.
Ooh, sorceries.
How intriguing.
But I can't use any.
You'd better not. Sorcery is not for everyone.
This guy looks like
And
that
should never
guy.
be forced. You have your own methods. Sorcery need not be one of them.
Well, what do you know?
Don't let it bother you. Be on your way then.
That bothers me.
You're unkindled. Shouldn't you get back to your duty?
I'm sprinkling him. I sprinkle you with the holy ice.
Oh. I thought you'd already given up. Well, nothing has changed.
Oily face,
You're
yeah.
not inclined for sorcery. It is either a natural fit, or no fit at all. Be on your way then. You're unkindled. Shouldn't you get back to your duty?
I will be on my way. I really like him too, but I can't deal with him now because I don't have the requirements. Also, I'm really happy I found my way up here. I didn't think I was taking a different route back. Blue bug pellet. Let's try out this one. Oh, fuck. Ouch. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh wow, I don't have any more FP left. Also, I'm cursed as fuck right now. Holy shit. I love that explosion too. Also, these guys are a lot like the guys from the start. Nuclear explosion. That's right, my pyromancies have been boosted by... Okay, I don't want to go there. My pyromancies were boosted by... Oh wait, no, I do want to go in there. Last time I didn't. Oh, that's right. I have gone here. Interesting. With that ring, so that's why that's happening. Also, I'm much weaker as a result. So having the shield might make more sense while holding in my right hand while holding the shield in my left. Oh, Golden Falcon shield. That's from Dark Souls 2. A metal shield fashioned from in the form of a falcon with wings outstretched. The Golden Falcon was the emblem of an ancient band of sellswords. And even to this day, many mercenaries remain who look upon it as a token of good fortune. Okay. Well, now we're here, but this doesn't look like a very nice place. It's too open and wide. Bird shield. It's kind of like Birdman. That's gonna trigger something. No? Oh, this guy. That's right. These are the fallen warriors. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. This is fucked. What's my phone saying here? Okay, so that's a late call. Fuck those dudes. What the fuck? Why would I want to do that? Those guys are so OP. They're soapy. I feel like dying to this thing rather than going back to those guys. It's not like I have much to lose here. Dumb. What an interesting strategy. I wonder if he heals by that. He's like, hey man, that's not very... Oh, fuck. Ooh, good. I want those things. I can't take a look right now, but it's time to go inside there. Just really hate those guys. Fuck me. Jesus Christ, it's so scary. Oh my god. I had fun with those guys before, but that one took me by surprise. A swamp cave. I doubt that's it too. Fuck that. No, shit. Sage ring. Sorcerer hood, sorcerer robe, sorcerer gloves, sorcerer trousers. I kind of want to be a sorcerer now. You know, screw miracles. I think I'm having a test of faith here. Fallen Knight helm. That's a helm? Interesting. That has no guard. Description. Helm of an order of fallen knights who disbanded and fled but met untimely deaths. The drab, tattered hood conceals tough black metal, which provides dependable protection from fire. It's just possible to make out the majestic gold engravings on its surface. Ooh. Ooh, an armor of an order of fallen knights. Okay. What's the difference between that and this? Okay, there's just some differences here that aren't huge. Strike. Oh, okay. I do want to have better strike protection. Sellsword armor. Metal armor interwoven with coarse cloth, able to endure the hardships of battle and prolonged travel. It is light considered the build, striking a fine balance between absorption and substance. Huh. Well, it's not as cool. Fallen Knight gauntlets. Held beneath leather boots and drab cloth using a knot of rope and bandage. They are dampened and indelibly stained with the misery of flight. Oh. That's the first time I've looked cool in this game. Like, really cool. And I still get to roll. Shit pants. The girl. Oh, like as in, what's his name? Mark Hamill as Skywalker? That's what it kind of feels like. Okay, so that's what's going on over there. I'm curious, but I'm not as curious as I am with this boss. I feel like a ranger. You look like you'll press R1 twice and let the Havel mom kill me, then point down. Same equipment as Frog Timer. Really? What I'm wearing right now? Oh, you're talking about the face. The frog face? Bah. I think it looks cool, but if you look at it in a certain way, it looks funny. Waiting, waiting, waiting. God, I don't even remember how to get back to the boss. I just know it's like somehow through here. Maybe this way? No, I already went down there. I just need to hit those guys a couple times. That's the thing. Damn it! Need to get some sleep. God damn it. I just wish I could get to this boss all finally. I don't even remember how I got there the first time now. Is this right? Oh, there's the train. Interesting. You can do a front stab. Interesting. It looks cool when he uses those. I can see him as both a pyromancer and somebody who uses miracles. You should pay to live close to a train. I don't know if I like it or hate it. I'm just so used to it now. God damn it. What's a guy gotta do around here? That's not a way out over there. Oops. Oops.
Oh. I thought you'd already given up. Well, it is beyond your unkindled.
Didn't you just see me? Feels enough like Dark Souls 2 for me. It's really good. It's good. Oh man, I do not have enough for anything to be in this area. Alright, now I know how to get through here. I'm surprised there isn't a closer bonfire, though. Huh. Well, we're not going to be using miracles. We're going to be using fire, orb, or nothing. I need to go up here, though. Oh, there's nothing up here, that's right. Ouch. Gonna heal up. Ouch. Fuck. No! Oh shit, come on, move. Fuck. 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 That was close. That was very close. I thought I had it there with that ember. Oh my god. Alright, let's try it again here. This time I'm not gonna be poking around though. I think I just need to get right to it. I don't know if I'm packing too much there or having the miracles around. I think I should just trust in the Estus. I'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of my ring that I don't need to put for something else. I don't know that I'll be using that Estus. This I don't know that I'll be using. Maybe I will, actually. I'll continue the pyromancies, but this I'll swap out for... Oh, I didn't even check what this was. A ring given to Farron's undead legion by one of the Preacher's twins, known more commonly as the Crystal Sages. Shortened spell casting time. The sorceries of Farron's Abyss Watchers were known to be lonesome warriors who only rely upon more pragmatic spells. I love the look of that ring. Is it what I need? Lowering equip load increases attack power. Oh, I get it now. I wonder if this works for pyromancies. I should test that out. Whoops. I want to get rid of this in favor of this to test it out. So let's try a test here. Oh, I also got to get rid of this. All right. So let's try it without the ring on. Boom. All right. That seems faster, but I can't tell. It's already faster than I thought it would be. Let's try this. Okay, so that's like that. There go my frames per second. And where the hell did he come from? Just fell out of the sky there. I don't know what the attribute is for casting speed. Neon Samurai, how's it going? Let's try this. So he holds it like that. Okay, so now that we've tested that out, let's try it with the ring again. It's a bit faster. I would say worth it enough for me. I would have that other ring to boost my pyromancies or flame attack, but I've already got one ring doing that now, so I don't need two. Magic absorption or protection. I should look at my shield for that now. This is better. That one's even better. 56, 55 in physical absorption. I think that's the most important thing. 63. 50. 83, of course. That one's got a bunch of it. Well, for the sake of... practicality, why don't we go with this one? There we go. That seems all right. Items, 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 items. I mean, it might be a good idea to use pyromancy instead of running to each enemy every time. Maybe what I should do instead, in order to test out, you know, if they're decoys or not, is to use the fireball, which uses up less, and toss that at them, kind of like, you know, like a little water balloon or something like that, but the exact opposite. Okay, I'll try that. Let's try that. I just gotta remember which way I gotta go here. A little yeet. What's this? Oh, right. I don't know that I was ready for that yet. What's over here again? I don't think I looked over here either. Did I? I must have. It's my first ban. Oh, hey, yeah, thank you, Thomas. I didn't even catch it. Not only was it your first... Not only was it for your first ban, but you also, did it sneakily. It was subtle. Subtle. Okay, so I'm wondering if this is a fast track way or a short track way. I don't want this way. It means I don't even have to think. Hopefully I'll get a human one someday. Oh, was it a bot? That's pretty funny, actually. God, what is the fastest way in here? I don't want to have to go through all these guys. Is this really it? Okay, so this is where it happens. Fuck! Oh! Okay. Thank you, Neon Samurai. Neon. I love neon stuff. Yeah, that was a good try, but I still feel overwhelmed by just how many there were. I usually am fairly clear-headed when it comes to these fights with crowd control, but these guys pop up in everywhere. There's so many of them. I actually should just get those swings in. I don't know. My stamina is really too low for that kind of attack. Get into a safe spot. Whoa, that was him right away. So deal with one side before the other. Come on, heal. No, 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 no. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Oh! So close. It's always just barely there. Always just barely there. I think I forget to take out my shield. I don't know. The pyromancies I think are going to be helpful if I can just remember to use them. Maybe if I can just somehow survive a little bit longer. Equipment load. Boosts attack. No. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep at least these things in reserve just in case. I don't think that the miracles are really going to help at this point. Maybe what I could also do is get some of this going. Actually, I think if I had more damage, I could do something. So that'll help me there. Oh, good night, Thomas. Wish me being luck. Wish you luck being a functioning member of society. Well, you don't have to be one yet. You're going to school. That's not the same thing. Good luck, though. Have a good sleep too. Hope you get some good rest. I'm convinced I can beat this boss. Ouch. But I'm gonna reserve that judgment here for... Damn it, I already have to heal. God. I can take my time here starting out. I don't know what this little perch up there is for, but I got like no damage that time. No. Ouch! Fuck! Oh no! This isn't gonna happen. Okay. No, I don't take tips. Thanks, though, Neon Samurai. I like to fight these things and beat them on my own. That said, I've been going streaming now a little bit past what I have had today. So this boss is going to take a little time, and I can feel a little bit of impatience welling up because of how much time I've already been playing it, and I want a quick win. And it's not going to happen, so we're just going to wait for next time. Plus, I need a nap. I really need a nap today. I'm running on very little sleep. So that said, let's transition and get this little, like, bit of monster sounds out of my ears. Oh, well, thanks for the follow, Neon Samurai. Yeah, so tomorrow, I don't know what's tomorrow going on here. Where's my music? Here it is. Play that. There we go. No. There we go. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I have a appointment at 3. All depends on what happens in the morning, but if I get up early enough, we'll get in a stream tomorrow. But likely Wednesday is the most for sure. If you guys want to find out when I'm going online, you get the heads up on Discord there. In the meantime, let's take a look and see what we have to raid. I really suck at this outro stuff. Lately, I've been trying to raid people, and then I go in thinking that I'm just like selecting them to raid, and then I'm talking to people and saying bye, and all of a sudden I press that button, and then boom, we're gone. Raid happened way sooner than I needed it to happen, and I'm like always arriving late to the person's stream. All right, so let's see if we can go raid Listen here. He's playing The Witcher 3. He must be doing the DLC, because I think he said he didn't do that at all. Regardless, very apt, very good time to be playing that. I might get back into it soon, but it's quite a big game. It kind of needs the same focus that I give these other things on stream, so... nope, that's not what I want to edit. Let's go to raid. I'm not really sure how long he'll be online for. He's probably gonna wrap up soonish. So when I press start, it must just start the raid right away and doesn't really give people a chance to opt in or out. So we'll pretend that that's what it does. And we'll go through our things. Neon Samurai, thanks for the follow. You're the newest friend here. Thomas, you're asleep, but you probably can still hear me. So I hope I'm influencing your dreams in a positive way. Also, thanks for that helping out with banning that bot earlier. I wasn't aware. It's the best way to work cuts. I liked talking to you today, like more than normal, like extra. There was topics that we got into. I know more about like you as a person too, which always is fun. Your dad sounds like a real character. Tainted, thanks for coming and hanging out. Everybody who lurked, everybody who supported me, Johan, and all that and all that and all that. Let's pretend that this is now the part where I say, let's go say hi to Listen. Thank you for all hanging out with me tonight, and I hope you all are doing well, and that you continue to do well, and I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. Let's say hey. Okay, so that was a false start, but thank God. Now I don't have to go through the whole thing. 2 seconds, here we go. All right, all of us, let's do it.
Where are ya? Where are ya? Did it fucking